Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Charlie. Just sitting on my armrest, hanging out. Well, it's been only a week, and I'm back. Hello. We are going to be doing probably a quick stream today. Um, we decided Dave wanted to stream next week because he'll probably have more to share next week. But I have plenty of things to be working on. So today we're actually going to be working on another item. Um, this one will be a good one though. Not that the previous ones weren't good. They were pretty good, I would say, and thanks to you all, they became even greater. All right, so I'm actually just going to jump right in and let's get cracking. Um, So I don't want to talk too much about what it is we're creating, but it's an important item, I guess. Um, so I wanna do something extra fun with it, and it is loosely kind of like the idea is. So okay, one of the challenges of this location we've been working on, and I definitely got to share that with you last week, was just kind of how symbolic all these items are, and kind of like they represent ideas more than like a physical thing. So trying to like illustrate something to capture that, it's an interesting challenge. Um, Today the idea is something like an idea, but a germ, or something that like spreads. Um, so I was thinking of kind of actually making it look like a little germ or something like that. And then I was thinking, well, ideas are kind of like formed in your neurons, and those are kind of looking like germs. So I was thinking that it'd be kind of cool to do like some kind of neuron looking thing, and have fun with that, just to see where that might go. Not sure if that's kind of like its final destination, of course, but I'd say it's a place to start at least. Um, and there's like other things in the game that it's kind of referencing, so I'll keep those in mind, but I'm not really gonna tell you exactly what those are about. I don't want it to be like too creepy crawly either. Maybe. It may be alright if it is a bit. But I don't know, just kind of looking at an image search of like neurons, you get kind of all these, you know, drawings of them and 3D renders. Uh, so I like the idea of it being kind of like this kind of bigger kind of brain stem like lump to it. Um, that's got like lots of pathways that can kind of branch off to. And I'm wondering if like I actually want there to be more of them connected together. Like it's latched on or something like that. That could be interesting. Yeah, Jill Kanaki here soon enough. Yeah, 466 Dragon Emperors, still no heart drop. I definitely know of people who have surpassed that number for sure. Uh, yeah, I I have not dropped one myself, but I did get lucky during uh, an event. So Spring Egg Hunt was kind. But yeah, Little Jill's gonna be pretty cool. I'm excited for that. Okay, so let's see. Um, hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Inspiration Ink is like the light bulb, right? Yeah. So I was kind of thinking like a brain is not a bad kind of idea too. You know, you got like the brain stem. So I think that's kind of like a cute reference. And then if this kind of has tendrils and stuff, it's a little more kind of like, oh, it's like a little germ or virus or something. It's kind of like those, oh, I don't remember the names of them, but those like little, little guys, you know? Um, all right. Yeah, I think this shape's a little more interesting. Um, funky, yeah, funky little guys. Bacteriophages. It sounds right to me. Okay, so yeah, I think like a brain looking kind of thing, and then I still like the idea of there being these kind of like tendrils coming off of it. It's very like alien looking, huh? I feel like these would like branch a lot actually if we're like thinking of them like neurons. Yeah, tendrils could be nerves. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of it much like if it's some kind of, you know, organism. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go in that direction. But yeah, like, so there's like a lot of different kind of symbols that we could potentially explore with this. So there's like the idea of like an earworm kind of thing for something gets stuck in your head, and like this idea or this song or, you know, something that's just like tenaciously, you know, you just keep thinking about it or hearing it in your head or whatever. Um, so that's not a bad pull. But then I guess we have like all those grubs from Draconic Depths, and I don't want to, because this is like an item. I don't want to put too many worms in the game. Give a little distance before we add more worms, I think. Um, and then yeah, I mean like the condensed creativity is definitely something that's kind of like, you know, in a sense similar. They're not at all the same item, of course, but like it's like the concept is it's, you know, inspiring. It fuels that. The idea being a virus is like a good one because like viruses spread and stuff, right? So um, that's kind of like the concept I think for like its original function as a thing that you get from a powerful mouse. Um, Perhaps something like that. No, I don't know. Um, Trying to think of what mice I've drawn on stream actually. And like what you have seen. Yeah, bacteriophages do look like walking lamps, practically. Grub hunt. That sounds like some kind of like food delivery service. Um, okay. I think I did the bark burner, right? Seems right to me. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna pull that guy up for a second. Because I just want to steal a color. Whoop. Put that over to the side. Okay. So, yeah, do we want it to be a little more bacteriophage? Yeah, what is the purpose of this item? So it's an item. Um, so it's going to be like a kind of resource that you want. Um, and I think it's going to be kind of on a little more powerful ish, but I don't know. Um, so what I was thinking as well was kind of doing, because I haven't done enough of it and I enjoy it, is thinking of doing like a little kind of like glint animation on it or something at the end, just a kind of like little like lightning bolt that just kind of zaps the tendrils or something cool like that to kind of like make it look, like a, a science documentary's version of a neuron. How like they'll do like a 3D render fly through and there'll be these lightning kind of arcs going all over. So I think that'd be kind of fun. But yeah, what do we think of, I don't know, like it looking like a brain? Do we like that? Do we hate that? Uh, like it's certainly, if we're talking about like, oh, this thing spreads ideas, then yeah, I think it seems like that's the iconography for that, right? And as I said, like a lot of the items in this area are very much kind of like symbols, uh, concepts. So yeah, I kind of almost want like globs of it floating around it. All right. Yeah, the abrasive abalone I also drew on stream. Correct. Nervous neuron. Oh, I like that. That's kind of good. All right. So let's actually just see what this looks like if I block in We got full stabilization on this brush. That's fine. We block this in. And just kind of like keep working on it. See where it takes us. Blobby brains. Yeah, I think it is an organic kind of object. I think that's what we would go for. Because like the area, it's all kind of very much more kind of living nature kind of vibes as opposed to like technology and magic, right? So I think that it being like this blobby kind of neuron virus thingy works. Maybe. Yeah. You know, I think yeah, I think this will work. Yeah. And then I can kind of toss this at Norman, see if he hates it. Do we want it to be kind of like dangerous looking? I wonder. Because I can give it like kind of aggressive looking tendrils. Like these are what it uses to sink in and kind of like spread its ideas. But I think that like when you've collected it, maybe you've made it more inert or something like that. Hmm. Should they be little tendrils or claws? Tendrils or talons? Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'm actually going to have these like brain wrinkles kind of like peel off into these kind of gloopy, stretchy kind of globs. Like a fungus kind of reaching out. Right? And hide the sketch even more. Gotta collect and neutralize the bad ideas. Kind of, I guess. Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe we're taking these and kind of like turning them into good ideas. Repurposing bad ideas, reshaping them, or giving them new form, new identities. Who knows? Yeah, intrusive thoughts. Hmm. Yeah, I think that this might work. Yeah, the goal is to have a bit of a shorter stream, but I still want to make it a really cool and exciting item. Um, but I think because this is kind of working, fingers crossed, um, it might end up being a pretty smooth stream. Hmm. Yeah, so I'm kind of referencing the that kind of goodness here. Just thinking around that space. Pull on some threads there. Hmm. I don't know if I would like that one stretching out all that far. We'll leave it for now. Right now I'm kind of just considering the silhouette of this object. Trying to kind of like communicate, its energy, what it represents through just the silhouette of it. But, I mean, it certainly has a very unique silhouette compared to anything else, so that's good. Oh, hey, yeah, totally. I didn't even think of that. Giving some of that Krang energy. Mm-hmm. Oh man, Krang was great. Now I kind of want to push that angle. Okay, let's see. So one thing I want to think about for this is if I'm going to do kind of like a quick, simple little animation on this, just to zhuzh it up, um, one idea would be to kind of like make the tendrils kind of be able to wiggle, but that would definitely add complication to it, make it a little more challenging. But I could potentially do that in a way where it's not too difficult if I kind of like set it up that way, kind of like prepare the image to be able to do that. which might not be too terrible to try. Could use a kind of animation principle of you don't need to like make every single thing in scene move. In fact, it's better if you kind of like focus that energy and like limit it to only the things that you want someone to look at, and it'll kind of like make the whole thing feel like it's moving. Don't need to kind of animate every single little branch and tendril. Let's see. I'm going to do a layer on top for this one here. It's a big juicy idea here, apparently. Okay. So that's starting to look a little more interesting. Yeah, it's kind of more of like a like bush of tendrils, which is kind of interesting to me. I don't know why, but like it being like a nice dense cluster of it. Like, I think that it being almost tree branch like, or like a dense bush of kind of like matter, I think that is something that helps kind of pull it into the area in a way. Nature and forest tones and stuff. Okay. Not that that means a whole lot. I don't want to overdo this either. Like in terms of kind of just making it too full of these tendrils. But yeah, it does look like there is a juicy brain sprouting ideas now, which I think if you were to say, hey, look at this, this thing's an idea germ or whatever, that kind of like you look at it and it's like, yeah, that thing looks like a germ and it looks like a brainstem. So yeah, I think that's actually not terrible. I think that might work. I'm even going to do another kind of layer behind this to just get a few more of these tendrils. And then we can kind of check our silhouette, make sure we're not getting too crazy with it. I'll go just slightly darker with that. Yeah, that color is better. Now, do I want kind of blobs dripping upward, detached, ideas forgotten, left behind, perhaps? That could be kind of interesting. So my philosophy on kind of leaning into scarier or more intense designs is I think it's fun to explore, um, and like spaced out, I guess. Uh, it's a good question because it's a hard one to answer because I feel like um, we do have some pretty intense designs in MouseHunt, and they're great. Like they're really cool. I think they're exciting and fun. But at the same time, I also really love that we have like extremely cutesy and fun and just adorable stuff. So I guess MouseHunt's just kind of like a weird collection of anything that interests us. And we have multiple artists, and so like we get a lot of like beautiful plants and minerals and just stuff because people like that, or weird kind of like cryptic looking magic and you know intense crazy technology and stuff. Like we don't really have anyone who's like yeah, like gore and horror. um like gore is one that's like, nah, we're not going there. um but horror, definitely there is, times when we've kind of pushed that, usually during Halloween, of course. But I'd say, like one of the kind of like more intense mice for this new area has got pretty intense vibes, pretty creepy. Um, but at the same time, I want them to still be, like approachable to most people. Hopefully everyone, but you know, nothing is for everyone. Yeah, I definitely think it's fun to explore and interesting, but I try not to have us overdo it. Try not to go too far with like scary stuff. What do I think it's the scariest looking mouse? Oh man, I'd really have to pour through it. Anything that looks like a clown, I would say, is the scariest. Yeah. But yeah, no, we definitely have some creepy ones. I'd really have to take a look because those aren't kind of lodged in my brain real good. Um, Probably something in Halloween, I guess. But no, I kind of feel like there'd be older areas that got some pretty creepy lads. Yeah, Shadow Stalker is a pretty good one. Agreed. Yeah, at least in terms of like visuals, there's a few, but I'm sure that like if I read through the descriptions of some of them, I'd be like, whoa, that's intense. Portal Pursuer. Yeah. Let's see. I'll keep that on the same. No, I'll use a different layer. Oh yeah, kite flyer is just terrifying. You're right. Good point. Monster. Now I'm gonna put those back on the same layer. A true demon, the kite flyer mouse. Okay. Well, what do we think of this? This one. This is not fitting with the rest. Do we like this? Is it creepy? Again, I'm not like going for creepy very intentionally. I think it's okay if it's a little eerie and kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, maybe I overdid it on the tendrils, right? Uh, mm, oh yeah, the Bristlewoods Rift Mice, like so, that set is pretty awesome. I think the lighting and atmosphere we captured on that is just like really good. Some of my favorite mice come from that one. Mm. Yep. You know what, A Swifty, really good point. Thank you for pointing that out. So, um, need to think of this in game. This is something that like it's a problem for me sometimes. I don't always kind of like step out of just kind of getting into a render. But very good point. This needs to be an item that reads as an item, like in a HUD. Very small potentially. So, good call on that. These tendrils are way too fine, and they're not going to read at kind of the size that we'll want. Of course, like I want it to look really awesome close up and do all that, but I need to think of this as like, oh, this might be something that's like in an item tray in your HUD, and those are at XY size, right? Um, so thank you for really pointing that flaw out. We need to kind of like, well, take down the number of tendrils and increase their kind of readability. Um, yeah, it just looks like a hairy kind of piece of gum from afar, right? Um, so like that needs to be better. Okay, let's hide that. Let's start on this layer first. Um, let's just take out like every other one. I don't like that one. This one, nay. And I'll even get rid of that one. Really kind of like make sure they're going to read at a small size, right? Now, is that going to be too much? It might. It might be too much. It's probably a fine line that we tread here. Like, I don't think we need to, like, very clearly see, oh, look at the rendering and detail on that spindle of a tendril. So long as, we're zoomed out, we're like, oh, okay, cool. There's some kind of weird thing growing out of it. I guess if it's like going for more of a neuron kind of vibe, one of the things would be like having these kind of branching nodes. And if we're kind of like increasing the size of these, maybe that's a good time to explore that. So you have it kind of like reach out, and then there would be kind of like this nodule that it branches from. Maybe it even splits into 3. Now it just looks like a really creepy alien hand. Maybe not that. Okay, so one of the things that I'm kind of subconsciously doing here is just trying to consider the overall composition of this design. Like I say, I'm trying to be a little more conscious about it right now. But like in terms of kind of like how it fills up that space, I want it to have this kind of roundness. So if it's reaching up into the corners, it kind of breaks that a bit. Actually, I think I'll just scale this one up. I think this one's interesting looking. Let's get some stabilization on my brush. Stabilization just kind of lets me draw a line, pardon me, and it like corrects the flow of it a little. So it creates straighter, smoother, curved lines for me. Okay, I think I like the like thinning out and then getting a little more bulbous idea here. Yeah, let's do a little more of that kind of flow. Okay, yeah, that definitely has a neuron kind of feel to it. I mean, I definitely want it to read well small, but I'm definitely intending for people to look at this kind of up close, especially since I'm gonna, or planning on putting like a simple little kind of fluttery animation of some kind on it, just to make it a little more exciting. Okay, so very tiny. Also have the navigator tool here. That what we can do is just kind of cram that into the smallest size and leave that off to the corner. And that way I don't need to always necessarily zoom in and out. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to move this over here. Alright. This tendril looks like it's stop, talk to the hand kind of thing. I like this little spiral, but not enough, apparently. give it the little frill back. Cool. And again, I don't want to overdo these tendrils, because when you get too many going on, it just becomes noisy. Like the branches in a tree stop being able to just like see individual branches, and it just becomes tree. So I want to make sure these kind of like read on their own enough. So if I turn this one on, I think that's not actually too terrible. Yeah. Okay. Gotta appreciate this on a white background as well as kind of like a colored or gray background. Oh man. How often do we consider mice design with pop culture Easter eggs in them? Very often. Um, More than people would likely realize, because we have a lot of obscure kind of things that we think of that, or reference. But I guess it's not like incredibly common that we're like, this is a nod to this thing and an Easter egg here and there. I think I used to do it more regularly, um, but I would say that we can't help but be influenced by a lot of things, and we'll kind of really loosely pull on ideas to the point where you probably would never even be able to kind of like make those connections, even if we pointed them out. But yeah, like I think fairly often we kind of like think of these things and they can influence us. Um, Not that I can draw on any kind of specific examples at the moment. So yeah, I guess I would say it used to be more common. Um, and like for a lot of ideas in a kind of area that we're thinking about, there's the potential for a lot of that, which could be fun. So we'll see. We'll see. I think there will be a good amount of things people might kind of like figure out around that space. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yep. All right, BB-8, Baba Gaga, Lady Gaga. Yep. Baba Yaga. Um, yeah, and so like there's definitely also kind of like classic stories, and literature, or just kind of like folklore and stuff like that. So like folklore forest has a lot of pull from kind of like old tales and just kind of like references. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's right. Aang doing that scene specifically. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We love our Arrakis references. There's my little brother started playing again last year, and he hadn't played for a long time, and so now he's in the Sunken City, and he sent me the was it Oxygen Baron mouse, and he's like, "Is this the Duke?" the Baron from Dune, and I'm like, yeah, you got me. Uh, yep, Skeletor. Yeah, yeah. No, actually like making me think of all these. I'm loving it. We've definitely added our fun little kind of references. You know what? I think with this kind of fuzzy one in the background, we can kind of like get that like very hairy kind of tendrils going on, but it might not be too bad. Well, honestly, actually, with all the dots and stuff, maybe that pushes it. Let's take the dots out. Or actually, rather, let's put the dots on another layer so I can kind of like consider pulling them. See if we need them or not. Okay, let's cut those. Yes. Look again. Oh yeah, no, we have loads in the game. And please keep hunting for them. I'm enjoying hearing about them and being reminded about the very silly references. Are we gonna get a duck mouse? I'm actually, yeah, maybe we don't have one yet. I guess we don't. Duck Duck asks. Need a Darkwing mouse. Okay, maybe if I get rid of that one. And that one. Actually, I think also that one. Oh, nice. I'm glad that you quite enjoyed the Shadow Stalker art. I'm actually trying to remember exactly what that looks like. So I feel like, if I remember right, that might be a Mike Hiscott creation. Who did that one? Oh, it's been a long time. That's an old one. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think there's some really fun characters in Zokor. I mean, there are definitely a lot sprinkled all over the place that are pretty good ones. There's definitely a lot of old art that I'm like, eh. But every area has a little gem, I'm sure. Let's see. Citizens of Zokor. Okay. Yeah, who did that one? It wasn't Mike, I don't think. Might have been Lauren. I like the Soul Binder a lot. Yeah, I guess there's quite a few creepy ones in the Zocor. A lot of kind of corpse-like mice. Decrepit tentacle horror. Good times, good times. All right. Yeah, yeah, the RRSP. Yeah. No, I mean, like, there are a lot throughout the entire game. So keep hunting. So many to find. Okay, so I think if we are gonna do the like gloop dots, we need less of them. Less is more. I think that these tendrils would be way too much. Yeah. Just gonna get rid of all of them. Okay, I think that if I zoom out, that's maybe close to acceptable, but at this size, still not quite yet. Not that I expect it to be required to be that small. Then again, maybe it does. Looking at kind of like Draconic Depths HUD, if this item ends up on the HUD like that, yeah, it's got to be pretty darn small. Okay. Well, let's keep refining it. Yeah, I think it pretty much has to be able to read at this size, which is quite tiny. Cool. Okay, so let's just like thicken up some of these stalks. In fact, I'm gonna duplicate this and just go from there. Yeah, no, I agree. Having like a contrasting color, I can help lead the eye and kind of like use tools like that to help with the readability, which I'm absolutely going to be doing because I won't be able to help myself. Adding in some nice colors and gradients to something like this will do well, I think. Yeah, let's just make sure that these are kind of like legible and not just noise. Shorten this one. Like thinking of the condensed creativity, how that like stem coils and I mean, it's basically the idea I was thinking of was like someone doing a glass sculpture, right? Where they'll like take a blowtorch to a little rod of glass and just start pulling it with tweezers and twisting it and bending it. And it's like an ampule of creativity captured in that glass. Okay, so I think, yeah, so that reads better at that thickness there. So Let's kind of reduce some of this noise here. I don't need that one. This one I'm going to make bigger and space it out a bit more. Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be like some translucency, some kind of like glow. Maybe like it'll have its nucleus or something like that. Pinks, purples, and maybe even some gold. Okay. I think that these kind of arms reaching down like this helps with the overall silhouette at a range. I don't know if I like that shape there though. Something that curls in more. Nah, I'm just gonna get rid of that one. There, I'll make it a little stumpier one. I think it's this one that I need to fix. Okay. I think that's working now, actually. Yeah. Especially with some of these kind of like coming towards us and going back. I think that'll be good. Should really have higher stabilization on this brush right now for doing these gloops. Okay, so I think I've scribbled these tendrils long enough. I think it's fine that like the stem kind of goes more hairy. But yeah, I think I want these tendrils to kind of stand on their own. Cool. Yeah. All right. I think that's fine. Better without that? Yeah. this back to where I'm not blocking it with my own hand. Okay. I think I'm happy enough with that silhouette. Alright, so looking at these colors here. How do we want to tackle this? I like the idea of there being like a glow behind it, coming from the core of it. And then also I want to consider, okay, what's going to pulse, or how's that animation going to go? So what could work is if there's kind of like a pulse of light that like comes from the center of it and then like travels out the tendrils or something. That could be kind of cool. So if we have kind of like this almost golden core, or it like bursts this golden light from the core and it like travels through the whole thing, that could be cool. So let's do like a really quick gradient on it, I think, just to kind of give it some dimension. Let's do a top-down gradient maybe. So like it's underlit kind of look to it. It's kind of creepier. I don't know if I want it to be creepier, but that's what we're getting right now. Okay, and then we can go into more of these like pink nubs here. The like arms that reach out. Okay, and then if I did like a gold add glow, what would happen? Actually, this would be more the animation gold, like light that pulses through it, I think. That would be how I would do that, I think. I think the hot pink is like the ends of these tendrils, right? And we can do like a translucent kind of look to this, which could look cool, especially if we have like this idea core in it or something like that. Yeah, it's kind of like a funky jellyfish, which I think is good. Let's throw this on a background color. In fact, let's actually go for the current item background color of like the Draconic Depths HUD, right? Because chances are it might be using that same kind of frame, just because it's a solid enough one. So I want to make sure it reads really good on this. And right now it reads really bad on this. So let's definitely fix that, right? This is no bueno. Let's take a look at this in grayscale. Okay, so we have our values for the darks working. where it goes to the midtones, that just immediately just obliterates itself. So we need to definitely work off that. Like, improve that. So let's dip those down. And we need to increase the contrast on the tendrils. So having the caps go darker might be better, right? That way they'll read stronger. And I honestly think that maybe what we'll have to do is just kind of put like a bit of a glow behind it. Condensed Creativity has like this green kind of glow. So I almost wonder if we should kind of reference that. If it's this like creative energy, right? Maybe that works. Let's see. I don't know if I want it to be green. I feel like gold is gonna look cooler. Like that does look pretty nice. Purple could work too. That's definitely more evil and creepy. So that's interesting. But I think for the idea, I think gold is pretty nice. It feels like a bright idea. And it'll read well. Looks good on that HUD color. I think we're going to have the tendrils themselves shed this kind of luminosity. Gets a little bit challenging. I'll keep it warm because we're getting close to the edge of the image frame, and I don't want any kind of like gradients hitting those edges, because then you get these weird kind of like dropped pixels in a very clean, hard line on the sides of the image, and that's just not ideal. Okay, so not totally certain this is the direction we'll go. But let's take away the background and see what this does with this kind of like orange, yellow kind of glow. It kind of feels wrong with that color on white, which is where you're going to kind of view the image. So I think maybe we'll go for a pink in the end. But let's just see what we decide on, if we're even going to take this direction. What is this? A little hazy kind of blob from when I selected the wrong brush type and dropped a very, very translucent pile of pixels. A little bit here too. It's subtle, but it matters. Oh, I really kind of like brushed this everywhere, huh? Whoops. Okay. So it looks great on that kind of colored backdrop, right? It's glowing with light. It's very interesting. Looks cool. Weird. Weird looking here. So let's combine these actually. And I'm going to try sliding some colors around. So that works, right? It feels like it's shedding that kind of a color. A light blue is subtle enough it might work. Green is definitely icky. If it's more red, that can also work. But honestly, this kind of like pink purple vibe does seem fine. It's definitely working here as well. It's more kind of like vile and evil looking. But you know what? I think it's fine. Oh, sorry about that. Been doing a bunch of like crafting in the evenings after work, and I'm like kind of hunched over working, so kind of stiff. Need to stretch it out a bit. Also, since it's not embedded in my pitch bowl, which is very awkward to lift up and show, I'll show where my axe has gotten to thus far. Getting close to finishing it, but here is a Jorgumo, still don't know how to pronounce it, spider monster lady. So I'm just kind of working on a background etch right now. I'm going to do a bluing process to kind of darken this and have the ground here and this border kind of go to pretty much pure black, and then it'll be like gray behind here. Hopefully it'll work. But yeah, I haven't really figured out how I want to deal with the background exactly, any extra details, but it's a fun one. Nearly done it, I think. Yeah, spider samurai lady. That's right. Yeah, it does kind of look like Brainstorm Chum. Well, I don't want it to be too similar to that. Yeah, I totally forgot about the Brainstorm item. Alright, well. Let me take a quick look at it. Well, okay. It's different. A brain with a lightning bolt shooting out of it. This is a brain with noodly tendrils climbing and clambering out. So, yeah. I think it's unique enough. Hopefully. Well, it's certainly not going to be in the same HUD together, so I don't have to worry about that. At size. I would say this is kind of like the size you're going to interact with it, so I do think that that is very important. Okay, so these tendrils in front, because we have this darker kind of like core for the brain, I think that these tendrils can go nice and light. Do that hot pink treatment on them. So that's kind of interesting. If I like maybe instead of a glow behind it, I actually have it this like darker haze so that these tendrils can glow on top of it. And it's like this murky, floaty thing that's kind of like gross. So that might actually be a good way to do the this kind of a treatment for it. Let's see what would be a good brush to do that. Gauze cloud? That's not the right way. Friction could be... No. Thought I had a dust one. That might be good. Dust cloud? Yeah, alright. So if I do something like this, it's kind of like a dark thought almost, right? It's like murky and... Yeah, okay. And then I think this will help with that kind of like pulse animation to like have these be dark and then have that light crack through that. So that's kind of interesting. This haze about it. Now, I don't want it to be so dark that it loses itself in that. So let's take a eraser to it a bit. And in fact, no, actually I want that darkness for now so that I can add this kind of a hot pink glow. Right? We'll see. We'll see if this works. I think I might have to drop the whole brain down lower in the frame. There, you can see what I was talking about with that like hard line when you have a gradient or a kind of soft haze or something that touches right on the edge of the image. Got to be careful that doesn't happen because it just, you can see that even though it's very subtle. So I want to avoid that happening. Okay, so I think what I'll end up doing is, yeah, like having this dark haze behind everything. And then get these tendril nubs a-glowing, right? And if it's dark enough behind them, they'll look good. I think it's okay if some of them kind of start to get a little lost here. I think what I want to do is add a little bit of gold to these so they're not so monochromatic. Yeah, I mean that's definitely not reading clean at all. Okay, so let's... Probably gonna have to really like punch up this kind of hazy background. And these tendril tips might actually need to go like to white. So long as I can put a backing behind them. So like that maybe. It's kind of tough to communicate this in a way that I really want it to look as epic and cool as I can. But alright, so okay. Something that I should probably do would be to kind of like give this a kind of rim light to help it read when I kind of like deepen that background kind of chaff. Yeah, I think something like that will help. Oh yeah, it's totally a Metroid enemy, right? Definitely. I completely agree. Little floating, creepy thing. Alright, so let's punch up this background even more. So, like, that works like that, right? But as soon as I drop this onto. Ooh, it's Christmas lights. It's a tiff. I almost need to, like, rip all these tendrils off and just, like, give it, like, 5 very, very clearly defined tendrils, right? And maybe it shouldn't be like a dark core. Yeah, actually, you know what? The thing made of light more so might be better. Hmm. Hmm. There's always so much to kind of like consider and contend with, huh? Ah, I'm just worried this isn't gonna work. Okay. Um, the whole thing is dark. And we drop it on the background, and we give it a lighter background. Subtler than that. It's not terrible. Gonna give it a little flash of life. Boom. Okay, I don't want it to be like a blinking Christmas tree, right? So that's not the kind of like animation pulse. Um, hmm. Uh, hmm. Translucent, glowy brain, even more Metroidy. I mean, yeah. Pretty much. Which I think is a good angle. Oh, man. Okay. So I don't think it would be a bad idea to like simplify the tendrils even further. Make them like really chunky arms even. Alright, let's duplicate this again. And let's just really chonkify those arms. Just really push it. Let's take a page out of my own rule book and say, hey, let's push this to the point where it's actually too far, and then we know where to walk back from, right? That old adage. So let's shrink down the brain. Doesn't need to be a big brain idea here. Okay. And then get rid of that one. Add a little more stabilization. So what would be too chunky, right? Let's discover what is too chunky. Let's try and reach for that. How far do we push to be like, ew, that definitely doesn't work anymore? Still trying to make it look good. Again, I'm not sure I needed to shrink the brain. I think I'm gonna try and make that shape a little more cranial. Yeah, it shouldn't be thicker than the brainstem. That's not a bad point. Well, that's good. We've kind of like already found one element of, okay, that's too far. So let's use that as a limiter. Shouldn't be thicker than the brainstem. Now, does that mean we should bulk up the brainstem? Because that is an option. I'm not sure I'm liking this right now. Yeah. Well, it might not be terrible. Okay, but that definitely reads better, right? Like I can actually see these branches, at least on my screen. I don't know how well it works on stream, but I mean there is more distinct branching. So much for it being a faster stream. I mean, I'm practically already at lunch and I'm still trying to figure out this idea. Like, I like the idea. I think just kind of rendering it in a way that it's going to work well is the challenge. Alright. Move this stem to the back a bit more. Get rid of that one. Alright. So have it like glowing internally might be nice actually. Oh, it's half brightness. I was like, why is this so dull looking? Of course. That is why. Alright, let's try that again. So I can kind of get these like reading-ish at a certain resolution, but when it's kind of like scaled down and a browser kind of like takes a bigger image, compresses it down into a smaller size, I don't know what it's going to do with those pixels. So I feel like the like thread of a glow in these stems just won't work for that purpose. So even though we made it really chunky, I'm still worried it's not going to work. It's interesting. It's interesting. Like, I want to make this happen, but it's kind of tough. Okay, I think that, like, glow, we had to go with kind of a pink, I think. Let's do our occlusion brush. This can give us the, like, darker tendrils. I feel like I'm going to go back to an earlier version of this, to be honest. That is kind of working. Okay. Maybe it's not the worst. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Usually art streams are kind of like challenging in some regard, but I kind of like beat my way through it, and eventually I'm quite pleased. This piece feels like it's getting more and more difficult as I progress. It's an interesting one. Okay, the stem, I'm going to make that the darkest portion. Let's look at this in grayscale. Give myself some idea of how that's looking. Doesn't really vibe as a brain. So I can probably improve that language. I think the tendrils are reading at that tiny, tiny scale, right? This is the smallest kind of view. Like, I think this is actually kind of the size that you're going to maybe be looking at it. So I need that to read. And they do read. I think the brain isn't working yet. I feel like my brain isn't working yet. Nervous neuron, cloud cheese. It does kind of have a little cloud cheese kind of look, but yeah, not for that. All right, so let's take a quick look at a previous version, and I'm gonna try and figure out, like, what do I not have from that? Okay, so this brain shape, that looks better. That looks like a piece of chewed up bubblegum. Not so brain-like. Better. So what I think I might actually do is keep this one, nuke its tendrils, and pull these tendrils onto it. So let's actually duplicate both of these. Pull them to the top. And let's grab the tendrils from Yay. Copy and hide that. Let's get rid of those ones. Let's just get rid of these. So yeah, I'm not sure I needed the brain to be that shrunk to do this, right? take a look at that. Okay, so that maybe ain't terrible. I could maybe shrink the stem down a bit. Or like that. Yeah. Okay. That might be alright. Okay, I think that's working now. So we got this kind of like fibery stem. That's more interesting. It looks different from these tendrils. And then these tendrils kind of climbing up and looking like they're like these mushroom kind of like tendrils growing out of this brain. So I think that's communicating what I need it to. So that's nice. So let's actually merge that down. And these highlights, clip those out. I do think we'll probably keep the outer glow, but make adjustments to it. Yeah, I mean, like, the tendrils need to be so thick for it to work, right? I think it was like the shape of the brain was maybe not quite right. So I think that just has enough of a hint of it that it works. This tendril. Yeah. Okay. That feels correct when it comes to the concept of this like little thing growing, little kind of like mushroomy stalks. So that's fine. This kind of like blooming virus thing, a blight. Okay, cool. So that's fine. I think I do want the ones in front to a degree, but they're going to have to be adapted. These are too spindly. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think that's still working. Great. Good, good, good. Okay, I think also I want to make it like crazy dark, like really pump up that contrast. Um, okay. Now, I do like the idea of it having this internal glow. Um, and so if the stalks are really dark, and we have this internal glow, and then we have this kind of like animation that just kind of pulses through it. They can light up, but again, I don't want it to look like a Christmas tree kind of blinking or something like that. Um, so let's see. We are coming up at 1 o'clock, but honestly, I think once I am happy with the silhouette, which I think I am now, um, and I kind of like figure out, okay, this is the lighting condition and the color and all that, and it's going to work on the HUD frame, which is the challenge, of course, and why I've been going back and forth. But I think I'm getting close. Actually, rendering it out is not going to take very long, and then like doing a quick little animation kind of walk through of kind of like, oh, just kind of like add some glow here and just kind of like move that along each frame. um, I don't think that'll take long, so I'm gonna just straight up call it and be like, hey, we're gonna go until we're done. It might be like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, hopefully not 4 o'clock rock. Yeah, so let's just go for it. Okay, so I like the idea of an internal glow. I am going to have this color as my backdrop because I think this is the most relevant place that you might see it, is like in the HUD frame, you know. Then again, maybe not, but let's just design it so it's going to work on that. Okay, so put a layer above this, and let's have like this like nucleus. Idea. The like stem of the idea here floating around inside this. And if it's this like jelly like brain, this Metroid, be like this light coming from inside of this gloop sack. Just kind of think about it as like this internal glow kind of bleeding out from this core, right? I mean, the problem is right now it's like, okay, it's probably either I take a lunch now and we come back in a bit, which isn't a bad way to go because I think I will still be working on this for a little bit. But like just now, I'm like, a breakthrough. I finally feel like I'm kind of going somewhere with this again. So I'm kind of wanting to capture that while I still have the iron hot. So let me just kind of like work this a little bit. And if I hit another kind of like, all right, road bump, then yeah, maybe I'll take a little lunch break and come back at it with like fresh eyes. Because, I don't want to like just make this a toss away image. I want it to be really cool looking. And so, want to get it right. I should probably have a brain on standby as a reference. I personally should probably have a brain. Be useful. Be useful to have one of them. Okay, yeah, let's give it that kind of brew. That helps a bit. So basically, I'm trying to capture the light hitting that outer wall on the far side from the core, kind of to help with this idea of like an internal glow, kind of escaping this filled material. It's maybe not working the greatest right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I need to alter the approach on how this material works. Now, I keep coming back to the like visuals that you get in those like science videos talking about neurons, where you see these like lights gathering at the base and then kind of like shooting through the stem. And I want to capture that. And I think that that's maybe what the animation will be doing, is just kind of constantly pulsing through different tendrils, you know, just kind of jumping around. And not all of them are just all going as one, just kind of voom, voom, voom. It'd be more like kind of dancing around. So it's a little bit less kind of this repetitive pulse and more just kind of a constant buzz. I think that could work. Oh yeah, right? Like you can just picture it, right? That kind of idea. But yeah, I want to capture that quality. Yeah, exactly. I think that would be cool. Okay, so I think, well, you know what? I think maybe I'll actually like drop some of the internal glow near the edges. Like if I'm thinking of this as kind of like this jelly-like germ, I don't necessarily want it to be like super duper translucent. So we'll have like the core still having that like the nugget, the thought, right? That's the core idea is well established in there. And then okay. This one. This was messing with me. Deleted. All right. Great. So I still want there to be like this outer rim light, I think. Okay, we're at 1 o'clock. But right now, this is more interesting than what we've had. I think it just barely is working here. I think even with the most subtle background glow, like this, way too much. Like really, 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 really subtle background glow. I think this will work. Feeling more positive about it. Just enough to like punch up that contrast, really. pull out my gentle brush. Okay. See, now that has like its own luminance, just enough. You know, it's floating in the void, or you know, microscope slide or whatever, and it's just giving its own little kind of like internal light in this atmosphere. I think that works, right? Nice and subtle. Let's in fact give it more saturation. Yeah, okay. That's starting to work for me. Okay, now the question is, does it work on a white background? Yes, it does. There's like a hint of it, and it's not weird. Other background glows I've done, they kind of like took away from that read. Here it's like the right color or the right intensity, that it's like practically not there, but when you throw a darker background behind, it does kind of help it read a bit more. It's got like a little bit of an edge that it can provide. Okay, I think I want to clean up a little bit of these kind of weird, just not good lines. They're just a little bit crunchy. Subtle stuff, but it might help in the end if I just kind of clean them up a bit. Okay, pretty much not observable 99% of the time, but I like to, you know, correct any of those kinds of sloppy details, and then when you manage to get to see these in high res at some point, somehow, then you can appreciate the attention to detail. Man, we have quite a lot of pride in the work we do. We like to make sure we give it our best. Okay, that's feeling a lot better now. At least up close. We'll see if that made a difference at all. At kind of more viewing sizes. Obviously for the, you know, HUD size view, probably really did nothing, but you know, this might be more kind of something you'd see in like Larry's Loot Lexicon or something like that. And I think that does feel a little more kind of like clean. Okay, so I do think that's working now. I'm happy. Good. Okay. Of course, in Larry's Loot Lexicon, you'll have like a white backdrop. So let's take a quick look at that. do 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 do. The light core. I'm like wondering if I want it more like down at the base, frontal lobe. I mean, here is kind of probably the best. It's like an eyeball. Ooh. Should it like wiggle around? Is that too much? I think that's too much. We can leave it in place. Okay, so what else can we do on this before we kind of like say, it's great, let's do a little animation pulse to it, and that'll be that. I do like a good lightning crackle, by the way. And like when it comes to, you know, those science videos, they also like a good lightning crackle, especially on a neuron. So I might have to have some lightning climbing up the, you know, between tendrils and jumping and arcing, because it's honestly a lot of fun to animate that. So I'll probably do that. Right now I have it at 48 frames, because at 12 frames a second, that's a 4-second long animation. I don't want it to be like ding, 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 constantly, like, you know, 1 second long loop. 4 seconds, I want it to be subtle, right? So like just like a little kind of, almost like a carousel of light, just kind of like making it move and dance just ever so gently. And then yeah, like if I go too crazy with like a lightning arc, it's going to become quite a bit much. So I think how I handled it for other like items like draconic depths, kind of cool items, those worked. They were subtle enough, I'd say. Alright, so those glows no longer work. Now do these kind of reflect the core on the shell of them? Maybe. Like if they're gummy and translucent, it'd be actually like capturing it on the backside and then a little bit on the front, right? Like to get this kind of juicy jelly looking reflection, you'd kind of like have it inverted but then still give like a surface reflection, which is a fun thing to do. The gem kind of reflection, I like to think of it, it's, you know, basically a solid clear thing, an icicle, a glass of water, that kind of thing. It inverts the image because the light is kind of bouncing through and hitting the backside and bouncing off that to you. Yeah, like the mythical dragonheart, the pulsing, but it's like a constant thing. It's not just like dong, dong, dong kind of thing that I want. I want it to be just kind of like dancing more than pulsing. So do we want it to be more of a kind of crystalline thing? Like again, I'm kind of referencing these kinds of gross tendrils. Now they kind of like end up with glowing tips, but as much as I want that to work, I don't know that it will. So if I like grab this and I kind of go to that range, right? We need like something dark to back it to make that work. As kind of like neat as that could be, is just not going to work, especially, well, maybe it will. Tricky. This might be one of those moments where it's like, okay, maybe I do take a quick break and come back to that. So if this has like a good, strong outer glow, see, it's just that items go onto a white backdrop, right? And, well, with the thicker tendrils, that's not the worst. It references the, that better. So that's a good thing. If the core is darker, yet more of that kind of quality to it. Okay. Well, we might be getting somewhere with this. Can at least kind of like have the silhouette. Like the silhouette needs to be strong in both situations. So if I can make that work, I'll be a happy boy. Okay, so it needs to be light enough to kind of like stand out on this kind of item frame background color. And right now it's kind of confusing what it is, right? Here it's one object. Here it's, I don't know. If the whole thing's glowing, maybe. Maybe that's it. Okay, now let's see how badly this reads on white. It's acceptable. We can drop the glow. That actually helps. Bring in that backdrop. If we put in a darker backdrop and really make that, nope, that's actually worse. What is it that I'm hiding there? Me? Okay. Move this to the top. Hmm. Thank you, Jesse. I'm very glad that people enjoy just kind of being along for the process, because this is what it's like, kind of, to work on this kind of a thing where, I so I don't have a very strong kind of visual mind in terms of, like, if I picture an apple, uh, I can kind of picture an apple in my head, but to me, it's like actually more of uh, a silhouette that I can turn around in 3D, but like I can't see, like its skin, and it doesn't look like an apple. It's like the material is known, the like texture and, you know, how it interacts in the world is known to me, and I can kind of like visualize concepts of an apple, but I can't like see it. It's kind of weird to describe it. So when it comes to illustrating, I can't just like picture what this thing is going to be. So, um, I know I want it to be like this material. I know I want it to have tendrils. I know I want it to like have this general shape to it, and I can like move it around in my head and think of it like that, but I can't see it. So, it's always a case where I have to kind of like draw it out and then explore that and like figure out what it is I'm trying to do with this. And so, like this one's especially tricky because of the constraints that are requirements for this image to be effective, right? Like I need for it to read at an incredibly small size, um, and on, different colors, and so that's tricky, right? That's definitely, it adds really specific limits to, what this actually has to look like and how it has to operate. So that makes it more challenging. But limitations are good. They make you kind of like have to solve things a little more. So I feel like this is at least a good stream to kind of really get into that, and what that's all like. But yeah, so I mean, this is pretty much what it's like in general. Is just kind of like, okay, I know I want a pose that conveys this emotion or is telling this story, uh, and okay, well, if I were to do that, what do I think that pose means? Like, how do you hold a weapon? Okay, well, it's gonna be weighted. They're gonna be lunging or like posing cool, like, and how do you figure that out? Um, and yeah, it's very fun because it's very iterative, uh, and I'm along for this journey just as much as all of you, in terms of kind of like I don't actually know what it is going to end up looking like. So the process always is kind of like something I get to, witness come together as well as you. So I get it. I kind of understand what you all kind of like get out of it, because I mean that's kind of what I'm trying to discover for myself when I'm working on these, is like, okay, how's he gonna solve this one? Yeah, this one's pretty tricky. Not gonna lie. It's been a bit of a bout with this brain stem beast. Okay, so let's take a look at it on the item background color in grayscale. And so this is kind of part of that challenge, is like, okay, I need to make sure that our values aren't entering this kind of like blended zone, where if you squint your eyes, it's like, wait, where did that go? It disappeared, right? Value is, I would argue, the most important in terms of kind of like how to make an image read. If your values aren't clear, your image will never be clear. You can have all the perfect colors, all the right, textures and rendering and anatomy, it's all just right. But if your values are all, washed out and kind of confused, you're not going to be able to appreciate the image because it's going to be hard to read. So this is why I always encourage people to look at the grayscale version of it, because it will definitely point out how well things are reading to you. And everything else is kind of, second seat to that. I feel anyways. Alright, where am I on this? I think that the outer edges can go a bit darker to help with that contrast. I feel like these two layers are mergeable soon. Let's see. Too many layers happening. Okay, that's all the brainstem there. That's the layer I was looking for, actually. It's very Metroid, this kind of like stock come into this jelly-like thing. Okay. Wow, that's creepy and gross. Maybe not what I was aiming for initially, but you know what? This is where it took me, so you're welcome. Also, I think these stalks... because of being these like jelly-like tendrils, let's actually have the core of them gonna be a bit darker. And then that'll be fun when we have the light kind of dance through them. I think it'll also assist with kind of the legibility of these. Make these ones go a bit more kind of just darker purple. Cool. Okay. Again, still reading on the white, and it's close enough. keep it nice and saturated but bright so that on the white backdrop yeah, alright. This is a tough one. It's a tough one. Just enough of a read. Again, probably doesn't look great on stream, but I think that's still legible. Again, just enough. Okay, cool. I'm not displeased with this. So I'm going to give this a save, you know, for the first time, because that's how I operate. There we go. Saved. Yeah, I definitely want it to feel kind of like it is translucent. And I think we can definitely push that as well. There's definitely ways to make that work even better. So, what do we think? I'm going to honestly get rid of a bunch of layers just so they can reach for this background easier. Get rid of all that. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay. So we can, in fact, consider these globs. That I erased promptly because they're in bad spots. It's got to be just so little that it like doesn't mess with the image at all. But now it's kind of even more feeling like it can spread its ideas. Breaking them off and floating them away. Okay. So I feel like we're super close to kind of the point where we're like, okay, the rendering is good. I'm happy with this image. It's like what I want it to look like. And now let's give it a little breath of life with a subtle animation. I think that the stem itself is currently the sticky thing for me. It's not quite right. And what would do that? I think it might just want the same kind of like detailing as this those like tendrils. It's just that when it comes to the actual, like, the roots of the stem, is that better if they are lighter or darker? Let's try lighter. I mean, I feel like that would make sense for this object too, right? If it were lighter. It's like this thin membrane kind of thing going on, right? Wouldn't even go very dark down the stem. Not enough material to kind of like absorb that light, if you will. All right, so you know what? That does still read. Yeah, just enough. Okay. And now I'm feeling like that like shadow portion here is just a little too deep. I think we, instead of going so like black, we kind of go more saturated purple. Okay, so it feels more bright, glowy, probably a good thing. Let's, in fact, let it get like really saturated near that light source kind of thing. And here, well, a little bit on the kind of fleshier look to it, which I'm not necessarily as keen about. I don't want it to be too kind of like, you know, gray matter look to it. But it would make sense. Okay. Ooh, that is creepy. Does work. Does work. It does have a kind of coral look to it now, which is kind of interesting. All right. It got grody, but you know, Can't say that I'm surprised about that happening. Do I want it to be kind of more of a yellow to match that core? Maybe. Sorry if I'm just kind of in rambly nonsense mode. Once I kind of get to a certain point on an image, the commentary kind of stagnates as I go into just kind of focusing on rendering material properties state. And I'm just kind of, whatever pops into my brain just kind of slides out my mouth. And yeah, you're welcome for that imagery. Kind of fits this image, huh? Okay, I think that's starting to work. I hope. I'm going to share this with the art team. See what they think about it. Okay, and then I should probably put it on kind of a backdrop just to see how that reads. Just waiting for a response. Oh, good. All right. Got a thinks works good response. So excellent. All right. Whew. Okay. Well, you know what? I actually am not too upset with kind of like how the rendering is on this right now. So I might just kind of like see about doing that simple kind of animation, kind of flutter across it, see what that does. And I think that'll probably be it. Got other stuff I really want to get to today. Part of that being a lunch, but I think I'll be able to kind of like really honestly whip up a quick animation on this to make it work. They are surprisingly fast to do if it's like a very simple and kind of like glimmer kind of thing. I don't know how best to describe it, but just like a sheen that travels along kind of idea. Whoop. Great. Okay. So, originally, the idea for how to make this kind of like come to life with these kind of neurons firing would to have it be a darker kind of looking brain neuron thing, and then have the light kind of like kind of travel across it like in all those fun animations. Now, because it's already so lit up and glowy, that might not be as easy, but I think we can still try. Can also do like the arcing lightning around it. Also, I feel like Liz is poised to give me some good constructive feedback. Tends to offer that pretty well for me. So we'll see if she's gonna have a little bit of a kind of like repaint or something ready to go to show me how to significantly improve it. Let's see. There we go. All right. Whew. Okay, it wasn't like, oh, re-render it, it's bad kind of response. It was more just kind of like, don't forget about brainstorm, chum. We don't want it to be too close to that. And I agree. So I think, well, one suggestion was just straight up flipping it, because the brainstorm chum is kind of like a brain pointing, to the left, if you will. Now this one's pointing to the right, so that's a little bit different. I don't think they're too crazy similar. Originally, with the lighting of like a darker kind of idea germ, um, it was a little more distinct. Right now, they're kind of closer together, but I do think that they're probably okay. I don't think people are going to be too you know confused between them. Hopefully. Hmm. A good suggestion as well to kind of play up a bit more of this kind of mossy texture on it, which I think is not a bad point at all, because I do want these to kind of feel related. So maybe on the top surface we kind of go a little more opaque and matte. Okay, you know what? I think I should probably take a lunch break. um, so I do want to kind of like get that moss quality on it, and I can kind of picture it, but I think I want to take a fresh look. I also have to use the washroom and probably fuel up. So, you know what? It is going to be a little bit of a longer stream today. I'm going to go on to a little lunch. Let's give this a save. And, maybe we'll just do like a quicker half-hour lunch. Ooh. Didn't notice. Oh, those are great. All right. So, there's some stuff I want to respond to in a different channel on here. I gotta fuel up. I gotta deal with things. I'm gonna go on a lunch break. We're gonna keep it a bit shorter. Maybe like just a half-hour lunch break. Just grab like a coffee and a sandwich or something like that. But for now, let's put up a little time lapse to kind of like explore what we've explored. And I'll be back Badoop in, let's go for, 30 minutes. Let's make this fit. All right. I'll be back soon. Sorry. But yeah, okay. See you in half an hour. Hello, and we're back. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Boop, a boop, a boop. So yeah, shared it with the art team, the lead for the release, Mr. Norman, um, and everyone's liking it. There was a pretty good suggestion of kind of attempting to kind of like put a bit of this kind of like moss texture onto the surface, and I like that idea. We'll see how effective it will be. I think I can make it work. But with that, if it is kind of like good, I think we'll be ready to kind of like move on to the animation portion. I'm going to turn off stabilization for the brush right now. So for doing a kind of moss layer, what I want to do is kind of have the so moss is like a bunch of little tendrily, fibery, kind of spindly leaves, or whatever they are, kind of reaching up, and it's almost like a fur, right? And when you have a lot of like little surface area across a surface, depending on what way they're pointing and the angle you're looking at it and the way the light is kind of raking across it, you can get some really different and interesting effects. The edges of kind of like fuzzy things can tend to catch a lot of light because you have all these little kind of like fibers reaching out and catching light with these tiny little thin fibers and kind of bouncing the light around. So you tend to get like very kind of like glowy kind of edges where things are turned away. So there's a lot of surface area that's kind of catching light, and they're stacked visually to you. Whereas when they're kind of like facing towards you, like on the side of a rock, looking directly at you, and you can kind of peer down into all those fibers, you can kind of see down into the texture instead of looking across the top. Like, imagine you're standing on a lawn or whatever, and you're like, well, lawn's maybe not a good example, but the head of a broom is the size of a football field, just filled with bristles sticking straight up. When you look down right at your feet, they're all kind of pointing directly at you, and you can see down in between those fibers. But then when you look off in the distance, you're seeing them from the side, and all you get to see is just the tops of them. So that's just the areas that are getting hit by the light, whereas the closer you are, the more directly facing it is, the deeper you get to see into that texture. So you can get like some cool lighting effects where as the surface is kind of curved towards you, or the material turns towards you, um, it kind of changes how it renders out a bit. Also, with the idea of moss, is kind of a concept that it only grows on certain directions. They kind of, is it the side in the shade or facing the sun? It's probably facing the sun. I should probably know that. It's one of those survival things that people should know, I guess. But for this, I like the idea that it's only kind of like on the top surface of this material. So, also with the silhouette of this texture, we can communicate kind of like, what does it feel like? Just based on that silhouette, no rendering required. So, just really loosely clambering some of that onto the surface. I'll have it kind of cut away, let's say, as parts of it are kind of pointing in a direction this moss wants to grow on, let's say. So something like that might work. I don't want it to be like incredibly dense everywhere. As I mentioned, the kind of like idea of this fur concept and how you can render that, um, where it's kind of like, stacked and you're viewing it from the side, it gets very kind of like thick, but when you're kind of like looking at it more head on, it can end up being more sparse. So as it's kind of like coming towards the middle of this texture, maybe we get to have it be a little more sparse. All right, so let's take a quick look. What does this do to our readability? I think it's okay, but it's not rendered in yet anyways, so that's just kind of like the base coating of this moss. I'm going to have the underside of it be fuzzy, where it's kind of like clinging to a surface. And then the tops of it are going to be these fibers kind of jutting out. And I mean, these kinds of details aren't really going to be for, viewing it on the HUD. It'll impart kind of a structural kind of, value and stuff like that, but you're not going to be seeing these fibers, obviously, at those sizes. So this is more for the up-close views. And we'll see how well this works. Might scrap it if it kind of just hurts how legible it is in the end. If it's not worth it, but it's worth exploring, worth trying it out. I think it can help tie things in. And I think it's okay to get a couple little shoots of this kind of coming off a bit more. I'm just kind of like trying to reference stuff in the game that we'll be having as part of this area. So I think it's good to kind of pull on those, make them feel related enough, and that's not terrible. Okay. So now I'm going to do a kind of rendering layer on top of this. Oh, also, I do have a Larry link. It's nothing too exciting, but might as well put that out there since that's something I should be doing. All right. Little clump of moss. All right. Okay, so going to do a clipping layer on top of this one, and we're actually going to grab a very similar color to these kind of outer tendrils. So these are more kind of like anemone kind of, tendrils reaching out from this. And I kind of imagine this moss is almost like very fine versions of that. So because it's kind of this principle of all these kind of fuzzy fibers reaching out past the surface of the like mass of them. They're all these little kind of like hairs almost with a lot of surface area able to catch a lot of light. So on this kind of outer perimeter of it, the surface that's rolled away from us, we're going to just kind of like have it be fuzzy and glow. I think I'll actually use kind of this more white kind of fill color here. It's not going to be a super saturated surface. And then as it rolls in, now it's going to be more the like little bits that are sticking up higher than the others are going to be what's kind of catching that light, and you get these little kind of fuzzy bits, and the more it rolls in towards us, the less of those are kind of like just exposed over the surface. And it doesn't need to be like hyper accurate and, you know, oh, this is exactly how the light would work on this medium in this situation. It's more about like, what does this invoke in terms of like the read of the image? How legible is it? So I'm going to actually increase the saturation and drop the intensity of the brightness down as we kind of like move in towards the center. And because this is more of a matte surface, right? We got all this like light kind of bouncing around, diffusing off all these little spindles, and kind of just a mix of highlights and shadows and all that. It's not this kind of clear jelly, right? You get a very different quality of light and material surface, right? So this feels more opaque up here and not shiny, whereas these tendrils are smooth and gooey. So they just automatically feel nice and distinct from each other, which is great. It's good to have like materials that contrast each other together. It just makes it more interesting to look at, right? We have this internal glow, and I'm worried that this moss kind of bed is interfering with that looking proper. So I'm just going to clear up some of that messiness, and then I'm actually going to, where that glow is directly behind it, just like increase the saturation of the moss to just feel like it's kind of glowing from the inside out. Just kind of make it look like, oh yeah, that's a light source behind that, right? It's going to do something funky with it, and kind of, I don't know, it's just a neat looking detail, I guess. I don't know if hot pink is the right color for it, but it looks neat. It looks angry. It looks like a kind of glowering eye now. Yeah, hot pink might not be it. Let's take a look at it on white. Yeah, it's a little too red. Gonna lean it back into the purple. Clip the pixels on here, or lock transparent pixels rather, and I'm gonna switch to a color brush and just pull that into the purple again. It's just a little too red. And actually, maybe I'll even go to like an orange. No. If I go yellow, it kind of makes it like this poopy vomit color. Not it. That's not the one. Can try another pass with this orange on like an overlay layer, or let's see. add glow. Overlay might be right. No. No. Yeah, it's... Maybe I'm just overdoing it with that. I mean, that's good. It reminds you of the fungal cavern, because, I mean, I want it to look like this fungal growth kind of mass happening on this weird brainstem. So part of the reason I've added this moss is, well, first of all, it kind of relates to elements of the area, which is good. But secondly, the art team also was like, hey, do you remember the brainstorm chum? And I'm like, yeah, we were just talking about that on art chat on stream. So, you know, I think it's notable to make sure that these feel distinct from each other. And so I flipped it, and now adding this kind of moss into it, it not only kind of like pulls in aspects of the what's happening in the game, it also kind of like makes it a little more unique. From the brainstorm chum. So that's good. Okay. I like it. Anything else? Get the bottom of that to be a little more fuzzy. Yeah, generally when you're doing this kind of like deep texture, as it kind of comes towards you, it's nice to get some like deeper color in there as you're kind of like looking down in between the fibers. It helps kind of roll it towards you a bit. I could mess with that for quite a while, so I'm not going to do that to myself or you. I'm going to say that's probably good enough. And also, just because these ones are coming out front, I'm going to do a quick layer on top just so that I can work the moss over top of them. So right now these tendrils are on a layer in front of the base moss, and that works great for back here, but I want to have just a few fibers kind of stick it in front here. I mean, maybe we'll even get a little bit of the moss growing on the armpit here of that tendril. Is that horrible? I think that's horrible. It sounds horrible. What is this? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right. I think we're practically done with the rendering. Now we get to go to the fun part. Okay, before we step off into animation fun time, let's just see if there's anything else we would like to address on this. Okay, that armpit is a little much. I'm going to get rid of that. Cool. I think these little orbies Let's just give them a little of that. Do we want to add a little bit of a reflective glow on these tendrils? I don't think it hurts, so let's try it. Now this is something that could actually be done as a part of the animation, this like reflection happening on these could be really cool. Why am I not seeing any of this? Oh, right, wrong tendrils. Let's show up here and here. But if the light kind of shifts around on these, that could look really neat. So that really does make it look even more juicy. Which is maybe a good thing. All right. Quick little look in that mode. Let's look at it in grayscale. Really tiny. That reads excellent, in fact. Color, still fine. That is a little harder to read, but it's not lost. It's unique at that size. That's good. Okay. I think it's pretty much as successful as it can be for now. I think with like an animation pass, it's gonna kind of like stand out even more as its own kind of like, hey, look at me, I'm special. You can kind of see the branches as they light up or something like that. So I think we're good. All right, let's give this a save. And I think the way we can tackle this is if we take a selection of this and we create, well, actually, let's first create an animation folder. So that will be, we have a timeline. That's good. We create new animation folder above everything. Good. And I'm going to make a selection of the object. And I'm going to put a mask over this animation folder. And then I'm going to add a animation cell at the very beginning. Now, I have an option on how we want to tackle this. So right now it's a 12 frames a second animation, which is kind of how I've done all the animations in MouseHunt thus far. That kind of, you know, frame rate works pretty well. And it's set to be 4 seconds long. So what we could do is just step through animation and then make sure it ends in a nice loop. So a good way to do this that I've found, and I'm going to put this, okay, let's do this one as like a glow pulse layer. So the folder itself is going to be an add glow folder, so that all the layers within it are going to have this effect on it. And I'm going to go with like a nice powerful gold. Maybe, yeah, something like that might work. Okay, and honestly, frame 1, let's just say there is nothing there. Frame 2, now do I want it to kind of pulse out from this? I wonder. So one way I've done this is I've just gone through and just added a layer for every single frame, and it's actually kind of an easy way for me to do this. So I might just do that. All right. And we can do an onion skin effect where we can kind of see where the previous layer was. Although it's not too strong. I could turn up the onion layering if we want, but I'll just try this out and see what happens. So something that tends to work well is to just kind of chase a line and then boom, right? Can kind of just do something like that and then tweak and tune as it should be. So right now this is kind of like a pulse shooting out, but I don't want it to be, you know, just one kind of thrum. I want it to kind of like just everywhere is always pulsing kind of look to it. Going from the top tendrils to the brain, then down the stem. That's a good point, actually, Trevor. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. You're right. Yeah, because they're receiving from their kind of like extended out arms, which they're kind of like connecting to other neurons with, and they kind of pass the chemicals which create the electrical current. Okay, good call. Thank you. Let's do that. Clever. All right, so I'm just gonna nuke all that. Whee! I love Clip Studio, by the way. Okay, so this will actually be even better, I think, for chasing an animation kind of. Cool. And then where this one ended, go back to frame 1 and finish that off. All right, see how that looks. So it's nice and slow, but like what we can imagine is like all of these doing that from like each one just kind of plinking around, grabbing these and feeding it down into the stem. So that's cool. One of the things that might work nicely is having it like spread out and then pull in and then like change shape as it's pulsing down. But it's slow. Maybe I want it to be a little faster, but I don't hate it. Like, I like the idea that this is just like a little thought traveling through it. You know, kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, the nerve pointy end get a bit of a glow. It's too close to the color of the tendrils now. It might be. I think that what's actually going to end up happening is the animation is going to have it constantly kind of like throbbing with light. So I think we're going to end up with that on accident almost. So that's cool. All right, and then we can just kind of randomly pause this anywhere and grab another tendril. Okay, and now we hit that final frame, so we just loop back. Okay. Kind of creepy. All right, and randomly pause. Let's grab another one. I feel like as it's entering this like more compressed part of a tendril like that, it would kind of get brighter with its glow. This one's kind of like a smaller thought. And back there. The other one's kind of catching up to it. Better hurry up, little one. Okay. That's kind of neat that they're like traveling at different speeds. It would be cool if it like pulsed in and then out. I mean, I feel like it would, I guess, travel both ways, wouldn't it? Like, something comes in to communicate with it, and then if it's sending something out, it would do that too, right? So maybe we actually have it go both ways at the same time, right? So like, what would it have? How would it look if I did that? Let's try that. This one's taking its time, it would seem. Yeah, I kind of like it going both ways. That looks neat. And I like that it's actually different speeds happening. It just looks alive and cool. Maybe all incorrect and weird, but also, I mean, look at it. It's a little brain germ thing in a fantasy game. So, yeah. Like, at this tinier size, there's still legibility of this happening. At this size, you get just like little pixel flickers. So it does look alive. So on the HUD, it'll just kind of like shimmer, which I think is great. That's all I need it to do. Alright, so let's aim for around halfway, and let's start another one. Kind of fun. Alright, let's go this one. So as I mentioned before, you don't need to animate every single little thing to kind of make it all come to life. Now, I want to keep pushing this and going more and more and more and more and more and more because I enjoy doing that. Will it be a better image because of that? Doubtful. Generally, you can overdo things. But I'm having fun, so I want to do more. And I think we might also do another effect of some kind. So let's give this a save. Turn off the background. I want to see how this reads on like the white as well. It's not bad. I mean, maybe I do want the like movement to be faster, but I don't know. Maybe it's not necessary. Also, with the light passing over it, that like inner glow orb thing, I kind of think that this could be pulled down more. Because then when the light kind of enters it, it can like flare up a bit, right? And that looks pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. So let's make sure that when light is kind of entering it, it kind of like fills this thing more. Let's go to the correct layer. It's like this little brain portion that kind of steers them around. That's fun. I enjoy this. What a strange item we're working on today. Okay, let's get another kind of climbing up from the roots. Let's make this one a bit faster. Where's this one being guided to? I think it's coming at this top one here. Yeah, that's fun. Alright. I want one come out that. Yeah. There's like a little ant colony or something going on, you know? It's fun. I like it. What if I have it reject a thought? Let's see. So if we kind of like have one come in. Oop. It actually ended up right at the end. So now it's just going to bounce back and forth forever. Wing. It's got that like sticky thought. Can't get rid of it. It just keeps coming right back. Doing. Neat. Okay, so I like this. This is fun. And it's like subtle enough too. I mean, I might even like knock the opacity down to make it even more subtle if we want. Something we could do just to breathe even more kind of life into this would be to have these kinds of little kind of floaty orbs. Just kind of like become an animation. So if I did a new animation folder and I move this guy in here, And I made, where are you in here? Frame 1. Oop, not that. Where is the layer? Floaty bits. Where are you, floaty bits? There you are, floaty bits. Okay, so if we create that as the first layer, and we're on the first layer, I should see you. Why don't I? Oh, you're clipped. What are you clipped to? You should not be a clipped layer. There we go. Aha, the other floaty bits. Let's merge you. Let's also put you in there. And okay, let's pull both these out. Let's try something. Merge that together. You become floaty bits layer 1. And as the frames move, so do you. No, that's not how that would work. Yeah, I'd need to duplicate the layer. That's right. Okay. I'm just going to name these 1, 2. That'll make this work better. Okay. Duplicate layer. There we go. 3. There should be a hotkey for duplicating the layer. Although maybe I shouldn't duplicate until I've made modifications. Yeah. Alright, let's do that. Okay, so layer 2. I'm going to shift this one up. And this one down. How fancy that. Alright, duplicate. Alright, now we're on to layer 3, and I'll probably space these out. You are going up. You are going down. Duplicate. This one is going down. This one's still going up. This one barely going down. Alright. We'll get there eventually. And insert layer 5. Barely shifting. That one's not even moving. And we're going to hold for a few frames. Okay. Now, go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and nice stretched out one, 7, or rather 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2. Okay. Bloop, bloop. Okay, let's space them out a little bit. Trying to make something a little more organic. I think I'm going to press this button. Alright. There's just like a little bit of like weird, creepy life to it, which is fun. Yeah, that's what goes on in Mr. Burns' brain. What one goes to the release the hounds button? Okay, so that's all fun. I think that's looking pretty good. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to do another animation folder. This one, go back to frame 1, and how do I want this one to work? So I was thinking there could be like an overall kind of like sheen of color. So what I could do is do another kind of the same mask and then do like a color layer. I don't know if I want to do this, but let's just explore what this looks like. And insert 2. Do the same thing where I just kind of insert a cell for each frame. There's probably better ways to do this, but meh. Ooh, that's kind of intense. Should probably use like the gentle brush instead. Now, why I want to do this, I have no idea. That blue is way too intense. maybe color is not the right type for this. Oh. I see. I accidentally put only one of the layers to color mode. That's supposed to be for the whole folder. Try color dodge, see what that looks like. No. That's just kind of more of the same. Yeah, I'm not sure that's doing much. Alright, I want a lightning arc though. Let's see if that would be good. I'm a big fan of adding lightning arcs to everything that I animate. You know? Now, less is more, but more is also more, right? Okay, so this one I don't actually want a mask for. I think I need my onion skin to be stronger. Where do I change that setting? Onion skin settings. Let's do 50% and also put that to 30. Okay. How's that look? Fun. Zip. Oh, if anything, the lightning should be between these two as they both travel up pretty much the same time, right? Was I thinking putting it there? Interesting. Okay, let's try that. Okay, and then we gotta get to the part of the animation where they're both. Okay. Alright. Now I don't want it on both sides, or do I? That is kind of neat. Ooh, maybe as this one comes in, yeah, there's like a little leap from this. Yeah, and as these like pass each other, they like shoot up a spark. It's alive! It's alive! Alright, let's see how horrible this looks on a white backdrop, though. Yeah, it kind of works. Bit of a nasty yellow, but honestly, kind of need it to be a little bit on the kind of like stronger color side to show up on the white. It's kind of like in this muted void look, which actually is kind of cool. Now, have we overdone it? Is this too much stuff happening in this crazy brain. Maybe. I'm gonna knock the that like color gradient thing down. I don't hate there being this kind of like warble of color, but I don't think it needs to be too strong. So that's neat. It definitely looks better on a backdrop, which is fine. Now, do I kind of like soften these globes of light? Right now they're very kind of hard-edged. Maybe they should just be like a softer sheet of light passing through. You know? Let's see. I think that might be worth trying. Give it a save actually before I go too far with this. Yeah, if it's like inside of this medium, I feel like it would have kind of like a hazy kind of glow, because this is just like glowing from inside of this. Oh, okay. I need to turn off the onion skin. I think that's really throwing me off. Yeah, I was like, why isn't this smearing as much as I think it should? And it's because I was looking at the onion skin. Yeah, I think this will look good if it's like a smeared kind of light. And there can be areas where it kind of like resolves into something a little more clear. But that's like the material kind of as it's passing through this jelly. The way that the light's refracting, it might just kind of catch the right angle and kind of like lens into something a little more sharp. But yeah, even if there's just like a haze of light passing through, it'll have the correct look that I want. That might be a bit too strong of a smudge. So I'm just going to chase these around until I'm happy. That one's already kind of fuzzy in some frames. Honestly, the way I should do this is like pick a spot, figure out how I want the blur to look in that spot, and then anytime something passes through that zone, I give it that effect. So like here on that bend, I actually like it being a little stronger. Right where it kind of like bends into that edge there. So like it really kind of reads on that. Okay, let's see how that kind of more mushy light looks. Yeah, I think that's not bad. Phew, alright. Getting there. Yeah. Okay. There's a lot going on, but it is pretty cool and kind of gross. Perfect. Okay, for the lightning, I actually want to get just a little bit of that purple in there too, you know? Let's go to the correct layer. What would be the brush I want to use for this? So if I come in and I kind of give a little purple haze to the edges, and then I go over it again with like a really strong white, I think I'll get like a nice lightning effect that matches this kind of medium. I think. Just chasing lightning around. Excellent. Okay. back to frame 1. Now let's grab our like pure white kind of, well, almost pure white. Now, if this is a good idea, I'm not certain. But we're there now. Just see what it produces, you know? I love that I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be a super short stream. Easy. Oh, silly me. Cool. All right, let's see how that looks now. Yeah. This little lightning needs a little treatment here. Same deal. Just get a little hot pink at the fringes. And then that bright light here. I mean, lightning arcs are actually just intensely blinding. Zip, crack, pow. What do you think, Charlie? Hmm? Alright. Thought so. Alright, well, I feel like I have sufficiently overdone it, which is fun. I kind of do want to make the whole thing bob a little bit, but that's not as easy to do. It would look good though, like if this twitched and stuff. But there isn't really a super easy way for me to do that because I didn't set it up to do that so well. So that's my excuse. I mean, if one of these tendrils did a little bit of a wobble, and like one of these kind of just wiggled just a hair, that might look good. Let's see, what ones of these don't have anything really happening to them? So this one's kind of free. I can kind of give it this treatment a little bit. I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to do it. Maybe. Floaty bits. Okay. Let's give this a save. Floaty bits, you can go like all the way to the top of this madness. Yeah, you're fine there. Okay, what's the best way? Well, I mean, I could grab one of these as well. Right? Kind of swing this one down. That'd be easy. Cut that off of its own. Move this into another floaty bits, wiggly bits layer. Let's do it. Go to frame 1. New animation folder. Wiggly bits. And let's move some stuff into wiggly bits. Actually, let's not move it in yet. We'll find our wiggly bits that we're going to wiggle. And you can wiggle. Let's go to the correct layer for that. These can honestly all merge down. Maybe I'll leave the moss layer. Merge those. Cool. And let's grab you. You get to become a wiggly bit. And that length. Don't know if that's a good one to do, but here we are. Wiggle you. And we can have some of these kind of blurbs slurp in. You know, just a little slurping. Why not try something with that? Okay, so these all get to go to the wiggly bits bin. Merge those together. Boom. Okay, so I've carved out some good chunks. Oh, no, I didn't want that connected. Okay, so this one actually I'm going to keep out of the wiggly bits. You're going to go above the wiggly bits and not wiggle, but the brain mass behind you, that can wiggle. I need a different wiggler. Let's go for this one up here. Yep, wonderful. Welcome to the club. Moss and tendrils, actually. Good enough. this one. Into the club. Yes. Okay. So we got our wiggly bit candidates. Boom, boom, boom. Now, we name this 1. We are on layer 1. We drag this into wiggly bits. We go to the wiggly bits folder in the timeline. There you are. And we insert you in. Now, what I should do is make a copy of these down here. And paint these kind of in on like this layer here. So we're going to get these little fracture seams where I've kind of separated them out, and this one's fine. And then we're going to take this layer and just kind of make sure that there's just a little bit of overpaint, so that when these things shift and move, there isn't just like a gigantic gap. That they are kind of missing. Okay. This might start to make sense if it isn't right now. Hopefully. Okay, now let's see if this can work. Merge all that. That part awkward. Get rid of that. Okay, now merge all that. And turn back on wiggly bits. Boom. Okay, so frame 1 wiggly bits. We're going to duplicate that. Add it in here. And what do we even want to do with wiggly bits? Let's focus on one section at a time, right? So I suppose that I could just make this rock side to side. Now I just need to make sure I don't do that when something is interacting on it, which I don't. Okay, there is one here. So I need to make sure that it's back at this position for frame 37. So I'm actually going to duplicate wiggly bits cell 1 here. that whole section I don't want it to move. But after that, we can start to warble you around a little bit. Okay, now thinking about it, it actually would be easiest if I do all of them. Maybe? No. Maybe. Yeah, just because I'll be duplicating as I go. So, what else do we want to do in this frame? Who else do we got? We got one of these. Honestly, I should probably just have each of these their own animation folder. That seems like a lot of work. Shift is actually quite extreme. Gotta be subtle with these things. Okay, good enough. Duplicate. And I'm gonna put these on 2s. What other wiggly bits? I got this one up here. I'm gonna leave that one stationary for a little bit. Okay, let's duplicate onto 4. And this one again. Just ever so slightly. Because it's showing me frame 1 as the next frame, I'm getting a very strong ghost of where it began, that green. So that's kind of useful actually to see where I need it to like lean back into. Okay, and then this one, again, just a tiny shift. Subtlety is key. And I might even have this curl here. Oop, that's not it. Interesting color. Okay. Let's shave that down a couple pixels. And on the next duplicate, let's start moving that stock up here. We'll have that kind of bow out just a hair. And then this one here, we're gonna not even move it, basically. Got to be careful about lightning kind of arcing around. That can stay. Oh, this whole stem I haven't done anything with yet. Let's just shift that over here. Okay, duplicate. And insert. This one will shift again, a little bit out. Okay, this one's gonna carve in a little bit more. That's a lot more. Still a lot more. Wrong color. Okay. And duplicate on 7. Okay, so let's try that at 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 over here as well. So let's see how this looks. Probably horrible. So this kind of like has a little that wobbles out. Can barely even see that stem kind of flex, but that works. These kind of twitch. Okay. This kind of Okay, I'm gonna space that out even more now. Creepy. I mean, it's fun. I don't hate it. Looking at it at kind of like HUD size, there is actually some pretty good life on it. You get the kind of like, ooh, there's like a little lightning crackling happening. That's cool. And then if I turn off that to look at it on a white backdrop, lightning is very difficult to see, but honestly, you won't be seeing it at like that on a white backdrop. Maybe more like that. And there's some good visibility of things happening here, which is good. It is definitely alive and creepy and wonderful. You're welcome. I hope you don't hate it too much. Okay, well, I would say that that's probably where I should call this. This idea germ thingy. It's alive. It's alive. Right. So let's enjoy this in all of its glory. Creepy, oozy, pulsy, zappy glory. So I guess this is what an idea looks like in MouseHunt. A physical manifestation of potentially a bad idea. All right. Well, I mean, there's so many more things that I'm like, ooh, I could do that, I could do that, I could do that, but it's not a good idea to kind of like go too crazy. Like I want little things twitching and hairs just kind of zzz, zzz. But I think that's more than sufficient for what I need it to be. Let's take a look at this time lapse. I guess I can't have it animated while I'm looking at a time lapse. How rude. Yeah, we'll just kind of close up shop here. So it ended up being a little bit of a longer stream, but I think it was a fun one. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Like, it was a tough one to kind of like I feel like these early drawings I enjoyed a lot. I was like, oh, that's really really cool looking. Like where it's really tenderly in like a bush of tendrils, and a little more brain mass look to it. But because of the restrictions of where it's used in the game, it's critical that it actually reads. And I think I kind of like hit the minimum bar for that, which, maybe not the best, but I think it's also an item that people are going to like inspect and look at in Larry's Loot Lexicon kind of thing, as opposed to just only seeing it in the HUD. So I think it's okay that, it's got a little more going on. It's kind of a special item. Um, and it'll be seen in a few different ways other than just on like the HUD. And I don't want it to just be this noisy kind of blaring thing either on the HUD. So I think where we ended up does fit the requirements in a better way than kind of like what we would have ended up with if we had just kind of used my favorite of the drawings. That definitely would not work for all of the places I needed to go. There was some, maybe it's a little too close to the brainstorm chum. I think we've managed to kind of like find its own. So like this, like the dark kind of creepy silhouette is like so good, and that like glowing eye. But it had contrast challenges, and I think that where we ended up, I'm quite happy with that. Uh, so yeah, it's fun. And then yeah, we definitely had some fun, kind of like injecting some life into it. I always enjoy kind of like doing a little kind of subtle animation pass on things like that. It's very fun. Um, but I might have overdone it a little bit. There's more that I want to do with it, but I'm gonna call it. Definitely don't need to kind of go way too far with this. I don't think it's worthy of how far I want to take it, to be honest. But we'll see. Yeah. Get that kind of moss layer built onto that. When will this be in the game? Christoph, I can't tell you exactly when. It's the next permanent area that we're working on. Um, but yeah, I couldn't tell you when this item and all that is gonna actually like make it into the game. Um, but you know, it's not like crazy far off. We're working pretty hard to kind of like make sure we're hitting all the art deadlines, which are kind of intense, right? Because we got a lot of cool stuff we want to add. Oh, look at this. That's fun. We're like actually animating it because it's a playback, but we're going through it frame by frame. So this is actually working as a little time lapse animation. That's neat. Look at it go. It's coming to life. The neurons, they're firing. It's kicking up. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Just the like jumping around. Interesting. This is kind of fun as a time lapse. I don't think I've done an animated kind of item time lapse. It's very interesting to see how that looks in a playback. The like zigzagging, pausing, reversing, slow down. Oh, that's cool. Very fun. Wiggly bits. Blah, 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 blah. Very interesting. Okay, well, there we go. We have our creation today. In case anyone missed it, here's, let me grab the Larry link. Might as well. Bum, bum. Copy link. Paste. Boom. Yeah, there are definitely some items that have life to them. No, there are animated. Some mice have animated icons. They're hidden. They're kind of secrets. Those actually, the way they play out is I like built in a like 30-second freeze before it does like a quick like 2-second animation. So they're little Easter eggs. You can ask other players where those are. And then there's a few items of power that I've started to like throw a little life onto. They're kind of your big, juicy, powerful ones. And yeah, they're a more recent addition to the game, since I kind of figured out a cool trick on how to like inject simple animations into just images without it being like an animated GIF, because those don't go so good. These actually become an APNG, and it might not work in every browser and device is the thing. So if you don't see any animations, it could be a limitation of how it's displayed, like what is displaying it. And so the way that we kind of like figured out how to do this, it has like a fallback static state. But if you look on like the marketplace and look for the mythical dragon heart, I feel like that's not the name. I should know the name. Yeah, no, mythical dragon heart. That has a very kind of like subtle sheen. There's also the dragon's eye, and there's a scroll case for the dragon, the like big epic one. And those all have kind of like some fun animation explorations. I think there's a few more things that I might have animated, but I can't think of them off the bat. But yeah, really fun stuff. I'm enjoying doing this. I'm trying to limit it to kind of just more like this is a special thing. Because if I start being like, all right, everything's animated now, all the art team would, lose their minds and things would be even slower. So that's not what we're doing. I'm just having fun with kind of like fun specific things, and yeah, just kind of plopping those in when I can, and suggesting that I have an excuse to justify it, but who knows? I'm just gonna enjoy this little kind of sheen as I say adios. But this was a pretty fun one. It was challenging, definitely challenging, but as always, I like to have the challenge during Feedback Friday because I find that is such a good crucible to kind of like form these, you know, ideas and get it rendered out in a way that, you know, we can kind of like workshop it together. Like I always get really good critical feedback from you all, really great ideas and suggestions and things that spark these kind of, you know, neurons firing, to try different things than I would have just done in, you know, a kind of on my own without any other kind of like people to bounce things off. Of course, I always have the art team, the rest of the team, but it's always a pleasure to get to share this and, you know, figure this out with the community, the community, and in the end, we get to make something together. You get to be a part of the creation, which is just the coolest thing. And yeah, it's fun. I hope you enjoyed this strange creation, this idea come to life. And it should be Dave next week. We got little Jill coming for a visit soon. I'm very excited for that. It's gonna be interesting, very interesting and fun. And yeah, get ready for that. Gonna want the cheese going, and the loot flowing. But yeah, I think I'll wrap it with that. So all the best to you all. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and until I see you, happy hunting, everyone. Catch you later. Bye.